It would help if I turn on my audio. Hello, Aaron. Still awake? Let's see here. Make sure everything's working, and it looks like it is. Nope. Let's fix my microphone. Hello, Keith. Okay. Think I have everything working. So I have this kiosk, well, it's designed for a kiosk, thermal printer. On the back of it, it has RS-232 and USB. I have not gotten a single thing to work on the RS-232 for this device. But what I did end up finding, so I have Linux drivers for the printer, and I also did try the Windows driver for the printer. And the Windows driver prints this test page, so it did work. And then as for craps and giggles, I was able to go onto Chrome and print off the web page, although obviously it's printing a small web page on a really large piece of paper. And because it's so small, you can't really read anything on it. But it did work through USB. So I then decided to plug it into an Arduino Uno with a USB host shield, and came across two sets of libraries. One is a USB printer library. They were both made by the same person, but they modified Adafruit's serial library for a thermal printer to be USB compatible, and then it uses the regular USB host shield library. And then they made a specific driver for POS printers. So I tried that, and sure enough, it was able to print off a lot of the functionality that the printer has. But when you compare to the actual printer self-test, which shows me all the settings and stuff, so one of the things the printer has built in seems to be a QR code generation, whereas the demo is trying to print a bitmap of a QR code, but the way the demo is trying to do it is not correct for my printer. So what my printer is doing is it will print 4 lines of the bitmap, and then it's either running out of space or it's not allocating it correctly, so it's chopping a line off and then going to the next line, printing 4 more, chopping it 4 more, and just repeats while trying to draw the bitmap. So that needs to be fixed. I also want to test their built-in QR generation to see if that will work for my uses, or if I'm better off trying to get bitmap to work. But a lot of the other functions do work, which is cool. So like you can print normal text, but you can select the size of text. Able to print off different character sets, which I really don't need, and the system has a built-in text capability that I'll play around with instead, because certain functions I really don't need and will probably save me some space. The interesting part is it ignored all of the barcode generating. I know the system has barcode capability, but I guess the way this library is set up is it's not intercompatible. One of the unique things with this printer, and the reason I bought it, was because it has built-in auto cutter. It can do both a full cut and a partial cut, which I do plan on using both modes. So I cheated a little, and I was comparing the code. So this is code that it runs for a sample through a Linux driver, where it does a whole bunch of things, and somewhere down, so it shows off it trying QR codes where you give it a string and then it creates the code, which I want to test out myself, and then also want to try out. It has the ability to do bitmap images, so I would like to try that as well and compare the two. But where's the function I'm looking for? The function here. So it prints cut paper. So I found in this Java file, this seems to be all of the command stuff it does to try and make the printer do things. And things like the self-check I do plan to run as well. The other part is I want it to a lot of these functions I don't need, or like set bold, it already is working in this library, so I might change it, might not, might just leave it because it is working. Probably couldn't hurt to align all the commands though. I've either already passed it or it's way down low. But I already managed to integrate it as kind of a test. So when it's doing its normal commands, it's writing bytes through USB. So I essentially took the commands from the initial thing. So I really hate a lot of the variables they have in it, so I'll change them later. But the int, which it really isn't an int, it's a 1 or a 0. So you save space by not having it as an int, but if you send out a 1, it's a partial cut, and a 0 is a full cut. If you don't send anything at all, it doesn't do it. So it would just be a long printer receipt. And so I had started experimenting to kind of see how it worked. And so a lot of my tests, it actually cuts into the lettering. And I found you have to give it a certain amount of space after you're writing. So I did this test here where it does hello printer, and I found about 4 lines at least, and it will cut the paper as needed. A few things I dislike with this library is it has a bunch of stuff you have to add to the beginning of your code. I would prefer it just be built into the libraries, including the fact that you're declaring a whole bunch of things. A lot of this stuff I feel can be condensed and made to be neater. So I want to experiment with some of that down the line, but obviously getting functionalities to work would be my best course of action right now. So like a lot of these functions aren't currently working. So I want to try and figure out what I can make work. In normal use, it is trying to use the print class for sending things. So like right here, it's printing a line to the printer. And in some of the examples for the QR code, I think it's doing something similar. It's using the normal print bitmap, which clearly it's overrunning a buffer somewhere, which is causing it not to work. But in the driver here, it does in fact. I haven't figured out what this does. Let's check the Chinese translation. So this clears the cache. So this will be a function I will have to input. What does this do? This sets the printer command mode. I don't think I'm going to need that because currently it's running fine. But I will very likely need that. Line space. Don't need the Chinese lettering. This is the margin. Offset. What's this? Oh, so the printer has a black mark mode where it looks for a black mark on the paper for cutting. It's not currently enabled. I'm not using black marked paper. Not using Chinese lettering. This sets the size of the lettering, so I very likely will transfer this over. Right now, the library supports medium, small, medium, large, which in all honesty is fine, and it works. So I don't really think I need to change it, although I don't think the normal printer self-test shows you the different font sizes. Well, depends on how the self-test is done. If the self-test at the top is the built-in font but set to a larger format, then it works. But if that's just a built-in bitmap, then it's not the most useful thing for me. Yeah, I'll play around with it as I get along. So might play around with that command. Set text size. Set the alignment. So that is a function the library already has, but I have a feeling it's using different commands than the ones listed here, so it couldn't hurt to change it. Set bold. It's a command I know that works, but I'm fairly certain it's sending different commands. Don't think I need direction. I think this allows you to rotate what you're printing, but I'm not 100% sure. Set italic, set underline. Read CK. This would be interesting to know. The other thing I do have open is the SDK information sheet, which has a lot of information about all the different modes, like the QR codes and whatnot. Has an internal 2 megabyte RAM, which I think is how it does the bitmap, but the big one I want is the QR code. And I do need the printer status. Sorry, yeah, some background noise. Yeah, so the printer status one is one that I will need to get working, because it has jam detection. So like, I think this works. Not sure. Oh, it's not turned on, but if I turn it on, I think it will show up. I feed it through. Yeah. So, it thinks there's a jam. It lights up the lights and throws an error code. Can also detect when the paper is running out, and when there's no paper fed into the feeder. And then when you put in a fresh roll, it auto starts feeding it and then cuts it off. One of the things I plan to do when I actually integrate it is I'm going to keep the jam sensor, but I'm going to remove the lights on it, and instead I want to 3D print this piece in clear resin and stick neopixels in, so that I can color it and make it look nice for what it's integrated into something, and it'll look a little nicer and presentable, and I can control the color and all that kind of stuff. But I'm just going to translate this. Oh, it's the character mode, so no, I don't need that. HT seat. What is this? Horizontal tab position. Don't think I'm gonna need that. This code page. Printer self-check. Is this just checking things? I don't think this one reports back the information. I think that's a different one. Oh, this prints the self-test page. So that should print this one if I'm not mistaken. So probably couldn't wait to put that one in the code just to know that it actually works. This is one of the functions. So I'm fairly certain instead of doing the serial print line, well in this case it does printer print line, I think the better option is to use this function right here. I think this is what I want for printing a line, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the internal font, and it takes your string and converts it to the hex data for that. That feeds. This is the cut paper that I already have integrated. What does this do? Oh, this detects a black mark. So is this cut at the black mark? Is that what this does? It's got QR code 51, but they've blanked it out, so I assume that's not a valid thing. QR code T500II. It's weird. What's this say? I'm running Google Translate off screen. Motherboard detecting. Oh, motherboard dedicated QR code printing. Yeah, so the internal computer handles the QR code. So the size of the code or the string size? Oh, they're using strings. Oh goodness. Or is it the QR code size? Weird. If we go back to their demo, what are they doing for QR code? Print QR code is what they're doing. So let's find that function. Print 1D bar. That is a lot of stuff for printing a barcode. This is a print bitmap, and I'm thinking this might be my other option for a QR code. I think this would let me send the data directly rather than having to load its internal ROM with a bitmap. Only monochromatic bitmap files are supported. Print NV bitmap file. What is NV bitmap? Yeah, I don't see anything specific to an NV bitmap, but this is the other function I know I'm gonna need, which is the get status, which will tell me all those end of paper kind of stuff. I feel like a lot of this can be condensed. It expands on it quite a bit. Product information. This one is a fairly useless one. This is basically returns the information from your library. Now, I guess you could use it on a status information if you, in my case, building it into something. So I guess I could know if something's running the most up-to-date code. 1D bar alignment, command mode, rotation. I did not see the QR code that I wanted. Data matrix. Here we go. Print QR code. Oh. Well, this is going to be fun. So, data 1, print QR code. So, it's using this file here. Data 1. And I don't see where it links to this. So That's an interesting one. String to bytes. So it's doing this. So I think I'm gonna have to use one of the QR codes from up here. It's gonna come down to understanding how it's working. Where was it? Set alignment, no, it's much further down. Okay. See, I think that this one here, this print QR code, I'm thinking it matches. Yeah, this is the Android thing, and it's a huge mess of files. And this particular one, yeah, it doesn't link to anything. Like, these files are all over the place, and half of them you can't even open. Granted, I have a feeling a lot of this is meant to be opened in the Android developer. But the demo here, this print QR code, closely matches this payload here. Closely matches this. And actually, look at this. That's the same setup of the initializations. Matches that perfectly. Now where the heck? QR code info, new QR code info. Whoa. Where is it getting all that data? If I unhighlight it, does it tell me? So this sets the margin. New QR code info. And none of this is... Yeah. So I'm not going to be able to get this particular function to work because I don't have these functions. So the only real option I see is to try this QR code and see... Command 25 plus string array. So it sends all that. So what's it doing? So it creates a new array, starts at 0, and as it adds bytes to the array, it's auto-incrementing. So I'm assuming there's 25 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. weird that it's setting the size, because you're asking for size, but based on this number you're auto setting it to 5, which is weird. Why give it as an option if you're gonna mandate the size of it? Sorry, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And then you're adding your array. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah. So I think this is what I want. So if I look at how I integrated, so I'm going to leave space here so that I can confirm which functions I actually have working. The write function I think is being used, but I don't think write bytes. See, this write bytes is going to have to change because it's set up as a static thing where it allows you to do up to oh no, so stream write, I think this, oh no, this is gonna do new line, I think. Oh, character, maybe. This might work. Oh, this is from the print library. Right. I think, if I'm not mistaken, in my... so I also have a barcode scanner that I got working. And I think the library I did for that, what I ended up doing... let's see here. Let's see. I did to send data. What did I do? I had to send bytes and then read what was coming back. But where did I put my reading? Yeah, okay. So what I did was this. I did a essentially, yeah. Oh, it's right in front of my face. I pretty much did this command right here. So instead of having to write all the individual bytes out, I could send it like this. So in that case, we go. So I know this works, so I'm going to move this near the top because I want to separate what I've actually written and tested, and very likely going to rewrite a good portion of these libraries. Okay, so let's copy over the QR code command. It's gonna give me a whole bunch of views. Void. Print QR code. I'm not gonna keep that. Again, I don't know why it has size. I'll have to play around with that because it's no matter what you're inputting, it's auto change. Oh, wait. Oh, if you're giving a number between 1 and 9, it's 5. Other than that, it sets it? What? But if you set the size, it doesn't. It doesn't actually do it because it's not indexing it unless you over size 9. Okay, which essentially makes it useless. You would need this line added right after it. Weird. But let's add it as a function. Let's test it anyways. I can test it as is. Byte string array. What's a good way to set that up? Star. Byte. So what I need to do for this is byte command that, and that. String array. So unless you give it a size, there is a way around this, and I was doing it earlier. String to char array. I was doing this earlier when I was first trying to get the barcode library set up, because initially I was going to use V-code encoded barcodes, which whoever came up with that idea, it's just weird because the amount of background code you need to do in order to decode that code, it was coming out to like 170 lines of code, still didn't have debugging in it. It was using more memory and more space. So, and I'm already using, so I'm using a total of 3 barcodes, QR codes within the project. And the only barcodes the whole system will ever use are generated by the system through the various forms of software I'm making. So I can control them entirely. And those 2 other types of codes are JSON codes. So I really don't see a need to use the V-code format just for the sake of standardization when the other barcodes aren't standard, because not really worth. The only standard they'd fit in would be a standard note, And again, it would make it really difficult to decode it, and it would use more space in the encoding, and because some of the codes I'm making are on the small size, it doesn't really make sense. So I figured, so I've already switched everything over to using JSON, and it uses significantly less space, and has all the air handling that I want. Right. I did a conversion. I think I can set it as, I can do this. String length equals string data dot length. Actually, I think I could skip a step. I think I could do this. Can I? Yes, I can. Right. Get bytes. Oh, it's transferring. Okay. String. Byte string array. Will this work? Let's see here. So we do string array. Oh no, so I want this one here. I want string data here. String length is this. What's it complaining about? So it's incompatible. Is this a function? No. String to byte array. See, this still doesn't give me the data that I want. String to byte array. String 1. Ah, okay. Get bytes. What does the 5 mean? Oh, it's the length of what's supposed to be copied, I think. So we want the string in question, so str dot data dot get bytes, and then the buffer that we're putting it into, which is str array, and then the length of it. And don't need that. I think that worked. Let's do this instead. Let's go there. That. Okay, and then we change it down here. And then instead of sending it, what I want to do is where is it? This. I want to print it out, but I need to know what's supposed to go there. But for this, BCM CMD BCD so I need to know this bytes stream is the command that I want. Okay, so it's still complaining about something. What's it complaining about? Oh, I haven't terminated. Oh, still complaining about something. What's it complaining about? Oh, why is it try? Oh, I don't need that then. Ah, there we go. Let's see, save that, and then I guess the easiest thing to do is hello printer. Let's give it a few lines, and then add a few more lines, and printer dot print QR code. No, print QR code tab bracket size. Let's say size 10, comma. What string? Well, let's just say hello printer. Hello printer. And let's go to platform IO, and let's do upload and monitor. Yep, printer is on. Oh, can't find my COM port, but it's complaining about a function here. Signed and unsigned. So it's not liking the comparison here. Let's fix that. String length. Signed and unsigned integer expression. Okay. In that case, it is going to be worth doing this. Tab string length equals string data length plus 1. And I like encasing that in brackets. And then instead, I can do this. Not really needed, so let's remove it. And right here too. That should remove the compiler warning. Right. I'm hoping this is an Arduino issue where it's locking up I mean, not uploading, and not a USB host issue, but I will have to play around with that at some point. So it's already well, granted, these numbers aren't very useful to me because I'm using an Arduino, and my end project will be with ESP32s, which I'll have to run a test at some point. Once I get this working, I'll have to take the shield apart and hook up some what do you call it? Oh, that did hello printer, but that did not print a QR code. Interesting. I feel like that's flashed with old firmware then. Yeah, because that didn't give an extra feed. Let's try rebuilding. Upload. Oh. It's printing the super small pieces of paper now, because it's trying to do my original print. Let's see here. Let's disconnect and try again. Upload. And let's try connecting USB. It's still only sending that one piece. Let's see if it's actually trying to write this data. Serial.print line. Nope, forgot the dot. Print line. Let's try that. Save. Upload a monitor. Okay. I didn't get anything out on the serial console, but it is trying to do something. Let's try reboot. It's trying to do something, but it's not printing the serial properly. So it did try to do something that time. It's putting this extra line here. Let's see here. Something isn't right. Wait. No, that was right. So what I find interesting is the COM port is not working properly. So that should have given a whole bunch more data. Will it work if I use Arduino? Let's see here. Oh, let's go to the front head again. No, it's not. Okay. PH hello printer equal is what it's printing, which is not what I wanted to see. Oh, my bedroom's really warm. Let's turn on the fan. And I should turn on some music. So is this not working, or am I missing something? Because that's doing stream right, which is essentially what this is doing. See, I think it has something to do with this. They were before. So there are some here, and these were working before. But I know there's an issue with the COM port when I'm running things. I haven't figured out why. I know Arduino is really annoying for resetting itself. Let's open that terminal window. Now it's saying COM port 5 isn't available. Really? Oh, it's not showing up on COM port anymore. Why? Oh, there we go. Back on COM port. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with having USB and the host shield running at the same time. Because if I run that, it's gonna print. Yeah, there we go. But it should have a whole bunch of other data coming out. Yeah, it's not showing the extra data. It was before. Yeah, it's stalled again. Oh, there we go. Serial monitor is probably, it might be. So you got a 24-volt power supply coming into the printer, and then you got USB from the printer to the Arduino, and then from the Arduino to my computer. So there might be a silly thing somewhere. I also don't think the host shield is ending its communication properly with the printer, which is why I'm going through the library and trying to convert functions and eventually hoping to end up with a new library. See, I feel like this is wrong. Because it's trying to get the bytes, but the way this is written, I'm fairly certain GB2312 is the internal font. Even though I know that it can print normal stuff from the demo that the library has built in, so it should still be capable of encoding. Where is the self-test from the printer itself? Yeah, it's right here. No, it's a different size. Let me see something here. Decode. It is a specific encoding. So it's a Chinese encoding. Wonder if it needs that specific encoding to the QR code. So that might be part of the problem, is how it's converting the data. But I would still expect it to try and print something, not essentially print a string. So that's what it's doing right now, is it's printing a string. But if I disable that function, I want to see if the serial monitor works again properly. Yeah, it's timing out on that. I know I have a Pro Mega around here somewhere. I could try dropping the host shield on that and see how it behaves. Yeah, it's not putting out the information anymore. Serial monitor. Yeah, it was doing it before, but it doesn't seem to want to do it right now. Yeah. But I can definitely tell there's a mapping issue with this line. So I'll have to fix that. But even without that, it's annoying that the serial monitor isn't working. Tweezers around here somewhere. There they are. Now I have to figure out how to encode it to match. So it is flashing properly, just serial print doesn't seem to be working properly. But the encoding... Ah, Trance Classics. Right, Arduino encode bytes. Trying to think how it translates from the Java to Arduino to do the encoding. See, what's the other function? Oh right, this function where I don't have any of the linking information, so I can't make it work. Because it's pretty much the one they use in their demo, but it follows this convention, which is literally everything here, but I don't have the linking functions to know how to make it work. Fun. Or do I? Oh, hold on. I think I'm getting somewhere. No trouble. No. It imports a bunch of things up at the top. Let's see here. See, it'd be nice to see the actual SDK, because I feel like that would have the information. No. Yeah. Which sucks, because it doesn't really work for me. If it's expecting a certain payload to make it work. Example, yeah, no, that's useless. Serial port info. Yeah. Nope. Nope. 11 and 12. These? Yeah, can't even find them. It's part of the problem. So, com. So main. The only one is Java com. And try. Yeah. So you got com.java. This is all it gives you. So MSDK util tools. So this. Here we go. Bytes to int, bytes to hex, Unicode to UTF, get encoding, string encode, so this returns what it's encoded as. Byte sub is hex to byte address, hex to byte, print base 64. Bitmap. This might be one that I need to keep open. Let's see. Hex to string bytes, try to byte, byte away to hex, byte to hex. Code type. What's it trying to do? Let's see. Get bytes. That doesn't link. Get from raw data. Nope. Let's try going to the top. Android graphics bitmap. Util tools. Bitmap, convert black to white, blah 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 blah. Nope, nope. Bitmap, create bitmap, save bitmap file. Interesting, that might be useful if I can't get a regular bitmap to work. Because I know the way the library is currently working. Yes, but I would still expect it to print something then. If it's expecting... I've not used ChatGPT, and I don't plan on starting. So like, the current library that I'm editing, it tries to print a bitmap, and what it does is where and how it's printing, it's running out of data. So it will print 4 lines, and then the system automatically bumps a line, and then it prints another 4 lines, and it bumps a line. Now I believe this, where I'm copying from, has the ability to do a bitmap, both from the internal ROM and from an external source. So that would be my next test, would be copying it over. But I'd kind of like to try and understand how this is supposed to work, if I can. And if it's expecting a particular setup to encode it, then I guess it's worth trying. So data get bytes, this is doing that particular encoding. So it's gotta be getting it from somewhere. That's it. So GBK is the encoding that matches, but I don't see how it converts. String equals new string, get bytes, encode, return S3. How the heck is that supposed to work? Oh my gosh. I can never pick an easy project, can I? Granted, this is the most complete code I have for this printer, and initially I was trying to use RS-232, and the options it has for that are utterly useless. The only thing it has is the test page in hex. That's it. And I couldn't get it to print, so I'm just glad I can make USB print, because my only other option would be to go to the 58mm printers, and I know Adafruit and a few others sell them, and Adafruit actually has a direct library that works with them. The big thing those printers don't have, other than the fact that I kind of want to use the larger format paper, is that it doesn't have the auto cutter, which in my case, doing the cutting will be useful, especially the half cuts. Get bytes. See, I wish I had something that could link that. Or even just the original encoding. This one here, the print QR, but all the library stuff for QR code info, like all of that stuff, I don't have it. And it was blanked out, so I assume this particular package doesn't even have it, so it's not very useful to me. What's the point of a software package if it doesn't have what you need? See, and the way Platform IO is set up is it doesn't see all these functions, so nothing is linked right now, which also doesn't help. I'd be half curious if it would open things properly in the Android environment. Ah, libraries. No. Do I still have Android Studio? I think I do. Nope, I don't. Do not have Android Studio still installed. But one of the other options is a bitmap. So you got this one. And what's the other one? So the disk bitmap, which then requires me to figure out how to upload the bitmap to the disk. Let's see. I have. Done a test before that they do, but I found a different one that I like more. I found this one. Where is it? Found this one, and it works really well. And I used it in a test with an OLED screen. Trying to see. I think I made it platform IO. Yeah, I did. So this was the test that I did. No, that's the wrong one. It's reading RFID tags. Let's find the right one then. Here it is. This one. So this was don't need to see the notes. Oh my goodness. So what I was doing to print out the QR code, now I know it can do a bitmap as well, is I was printing out the QR code and using the byte encoding for a solid block, which interestingly enough, I don't think I saved it, but it printed off a really large thing in wacky font. It's not the correct font type. And based off the stuff it printed on this sheet, the closest is this, but it's not a full complete square. So it's not correct. The only thing different with this one is I'm increasing the size of the QR code and drawing a physical pixel. But this library can do a bitmap, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, oh, there's an example. Oh, it's just printing out to serial monitor. Is that in the issues that somebody wrote? You are limited on the size of the QR code, which in my case is not an issue. Here we go. QR code to bitmap. Here we go. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Creates the data. QR code size. Oh, this is just printing the QR code 5 times its regular size. That'll be an interesting thing. I'll probably find and code a bitmap and just try and print it using this function here. So let's find that function. Print disk image. Here we go. Mode. Let's see what this says. Thank goodness for multi monitors. I've got so many windows open. Oh my goodness. Mode 48 is normal. 49 times wide, 50 times high, 51 times wide, high, 4 times the size. Print NV bitmap files. Only monochrome bitmap files are supported. I wonder if I could combine this print bitmap with the QR code that's built into this library already. Because it partially works, it just prints a space. Oh, yeah. Well, technically this one has multiple workspaces. Just this particular window is all of the printer stuff, whereas this one is various folders for the SDK of the SDK for the printer. I like keeping projects somewhat separated so that I know I'm editing the right file. I have no doubt. And I'm already up to 5 monitors. I need more graphics cards. Interestingly enough, I'm running 30 frames a second, and OBS is only using 5.1%. That's pretty darn good. Now granted, I spec'd this computer for what I knew I would use it for. It's not set up by any means to be gaming. Right, if I go here, so the way it's trying to do the bitmap for QR code, which, let's see here, which example was it? So this printer test. So this is the test it tries to do for this receipt. Which most of the functions work except for barcodes and the QR code. And this is how it's trying to print the bitmap. Unidirectional print mode on. Default line spacing unidirectional print mode off. That is weird. Yeah. Definitely a weird one. Row bytes clipped. Which one is it running in the Arduino example? I'm to test this here. I have it commented out because I was doing testing. I was trying to test the variations. Print bitmap. So I was trying to do that one. What's the Oh, so it's the amount of data that it's inputting. Okay, so it was indeed trying to run. This one. How many parameters? Width, height, data, and density. Width, height. I can't. Nope. That's .p, so it's gotta be this one. Width, height, bitmap, density. What? QR code data. How the heck is it encoding the data then? Oh, it's running this. Oh. Wow, okay. Oh no, I just put that ridiculously loud. So this is the data it's trying to run. QR code density, width, height, density. So that's the bitmap it's trying to run. Bitmap command 1xb. Yeah. So I almost need tells it the mode. Oh? Do you, Aaron? For the original QR code, or me trying to figure this out? Because I'm just gonna load this up, I think, and I value equals I mode. I wish I could. Okay, so there's a few uses that I'm doing with now. There's one possible solution where I could use small e-ink displays. Two problems with that though. Drastically increases my budget, which I don't have the option of doing, at least not this year. Later years as the project continues, I'm sure I could look at options. But also there's another portion. So the thermal printer would be used in two different situations. One is for the barcode scanners that I'm building. So the barcode scanners are for managing inventory, both stuff coming in, which in the case this is being built for a nonprofit, so it's for tracking their donations. So they have to track who the donor is. So in that case, the main QR code that would be at the top of a receipt would encode that donor's information. That donor information is generated from one of two spots. Sometimes donors fill in a pre-sheet ahead of time and already attach it to their donation. We love people like that because it saves us doing it after the fact. So I've converted that text document that we would normally send to someone into a website. Already done a first draft of it. It works quite nicely. So that website, as you input your information, as soon as you go to print, there's background code to change some of the formatting so you're not printing unnecessary items, and it automatically adds a QR code to the top of that sheet, along with QR codes next to, because it allows you to add item descriptions and values for information. It adds small little QR codes with the encoded value of that item. So that means when the scanner software is set up, it would know this particular sheet and automatically start asking you to tell it what items are in this donation and then to scan the value for that item. For the other half of items that are donated, somebody would typically come into the office and they would fill out a paper sheet with their information, and then that has to be manually inputted into a computer. Well, instead, I've designed software that would run on an ESP32. It would actually run on one of the displays, the WT32 displays, and I'm using those displays on the scanners as well. I just plan to swap out the motherboard and swap out the controller on them for something with more space, but I digress. That screen I'll design a housing that this fits into, and one of those screens would be mounted on the printer. That screen would act as a Wi-Fi access point for a blank laptop because of security. It will connect to a blank laptop. Donor comes in, web page is open on the laptop, they type in their information and click print. That print button wouldn't actually print, it actually sends the data back to the ESP. ESP then sends the data off to an on-site server that I'll be building to safekeep the data, just in case the print doesn't work or we need to print extra copies, we can do so. We can recall that data. But it would also immediately print out a receipt that has that information, plus the QR code. That stays with that donation until it's logged into the system. When you want to log the donation, you take the barcode scanner. It has a way of logging into it, which I'll get in as I design things more. But you would scan that barcode. That tells the system who the donation is set up to. And then you can start telling the barcode scanner what items you're logging in, and then it would use, unlike the other one where the website can generate QR codes based on the value someone's told us what the value is, it would use an index of values. So like there's common items we get a lot of, like toothpaste, toothbrushes, that kind of stuff. For more high value items or unique items like toys, then we would just have to go to a computer and check the most common sources for the price and input it on the scanner, and then that tells the server system as it's saving everything what the value of things is. We use that for audit purposes and whatnot, because it's a non-profit and it's government based. You have to keep track of those types of things. The other use of the thermal printer is in the gift card ATM machine that I'm building. So part of the reporting requirements for the gift cards is that when a worker is taking gift cards for a client, they would typically group, because sometimes you're giving more than one card to someone for Christmas or whatever. And the normal process is we have a paper sheet, person fills in what the cards are that you're giving to someone, their value, and then the person's name, and then when you hand it off to that person, the person has to sign it as a way of being, yes, the person I was giving these codes to, the client, actually received it. So instead of someone having to manually fill out that form every time they're giving off a donation, the plan is to use the printer and use its half-cut function, because typically you're getting more than one client's set of gift codes at a time, but it will print a nice long string with all the grouped codes and a spot for them to sign it, but half-cut it so that they kind of all stay together, and the worker can take it and cut the rest off as they need to when people are signing them. But it saves people from doing manual work. And that never has to be rescanned into the system anyways. But we need a physical signature that the person's received their gift codes. So that's the whole purpose of having the receipt printer. The QR code stuff, yes, that could potentially be digitized with small... I actually have one. It's from... I think it's from Pieberoni. And I think they recently did an update to it. And the update would be very suitable for this kind of purpose. And you could make like a dock for it that tells it to essentially turn on. I think this is the one. But the budget is already set for the use, so unfortunately it's not something I could easily change. Yeah, okay, this is the one here. So I have this already. I own one myself for playing around with. It is the Badger 2040 from Pieberoni. This is the latest update to it, which is the W. So it has wireless. So this would be a perfect thing. Have a little docking station where the ESP sits. Instead of the thermal printer, you just have a bunch of these displays sitting in it, and it can update it, and then you pull it off and keep it with the donation until it's been logged, and then it resets itself. But that would be a down the line thing. But the gift code ATM would definitely have to keep its thing for quite a while, unless they come out with some tablet touchscreen signable e-ink displays. But even then, I have no idea how that would work for reporting requirements. I have no idea what happens with the signatures after they're done with it. I imagine they keep them for a small period of time, but I'm not sure how long. They may actually scan them into the system, but I'm not sure. Okay, I want to give this a test. So this is the index, and that's the value. Value is the mode. Mode 48, I think, is regular. So then your value is what you're actually encoding. So their example QR code here, theoretically, this data that it's sending, this doesn't do a new line. How does that work? Maybe I'm thinking this would work. Yeah, so this is the command they're sending for their bitmap. I'm thinking of trying the bitmap that's here because it looks really super simple. It looks like, so the bitmap, the QR code this example tries is a nice simple array. Where did it go? It does this array. So I'm thinking this particular value is what it sends here. The index. I'm thinking that's what this value is. And then the last value is just the mode that you're running. But it's only one value at a time. Does that, what? Like, do you just continuously? I say, I'm gonna try it. Byte 4. Yeah, so it's sending 4 bytes at a time. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. Let's see what happens. It's the whole point of the stream is to try something and see what happens. And hopefully slowly build up a thing that works. Let's leave a note here. Non-working. Void byte print NV bitmap. We're gonna do the same thing. Does it have a write bytes 4? Write bytes. It does indeed have a write bytes 4. So, write bytes 4. Let's try this. And 3. Don't need that function. Not returning anything. Value. Byte. Command 4. Don't need all of that. And the rest of it should stay the same. Void. Put NV bitmap. And then let's see. Oh, I need the semicolons, and then I need to tell it the class. Oh, I hate that this is not in camel hump format. The only thing I should need to do is go into the .h. Comma, save. Go back to the CPP and it should update correct. There we go. And then go back to the Explorer. Include. Let's do QR code.h. New file. QR code example QR QR.h, because there's actually a library QR code.h, which is why I didn't want to use it. Let's add that. Should work. Yep, there we go. Let's see. Main. Sample QR H and so in the printout, how does this work? Does it need to be in a for loop? For x equals 0, x is less than, let's see here, QR code data plus 1, x plus plus. Is that gonna work? Oh, hold on. Oh, int x. How large is QR code data? Oh, it's 110. Yeah, that should work. Oh. UN16T? Not gonna work? Still not gonna like it. Well, I know that is static, so let's do 111. How large was that? QR data is 110, so yeah. Wow. Greater than, equal to 10. Can I do size of? I can do size of. I think dot length is for a string, is it not? But size of seems to be working. And then take this. And the mode is supposed to be if mode equals 1. Does not equal 1. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong function. That's the cut paper function. Mode. Like, I'm gonna change this. There's gotta be a better way to make it human readable. 48 and 51. I think 48 is the mode I want to be running. I value equals 48. Let's go back to the SDK. It says what things are. I might still have it in Google Translate. 48 is normal. 49 times wide, 50 times high, 51 times wide and high, aka 4 times the size. I still don't understand what NV bitmap means, but see if this works. We shall see what happens. Bitmap. QR code data x, comma 48, and end. Oh, printer dot. Let's feed it some more, and then it should cut the paper. that feed function, I think, needs to be changed as well to actually match the function with the printer. Although it does technically work, but I don't think the command is 100% correct. Because the only thing to do is to upload. Let's see here. Is it gonna let me upload? Oh, it complained about something. QR code. Oh, it's complaining about the QR code library. Oh. Well, its printing is blank. I printed out a really large page too, so nope. That's not right. Ah. I don't want the equal sign. So that is not correct. Well, that's not what I wanted. Also cut off the hello printer. Oh, see, it actually printed out the data this time from the USB host. It wasn't printing that stuff out before. USB hacked weird. So I clearly need to feed the printer a few lines before printing hello printer. But that bitmap didn't work. That is annoying. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is that's why I don't understand what NV is supposed to be. Like, is it expecting the because if it were expecting the entirety, I would expect something like the star to indicate that it's expecting like the entire payload. And that's what I would think too. See all the large amounts. Because that's what the QR code thing does. It's just not encoded in the right format for it to read it. If I could figure out how to encode it in GB2312, then I'd be great. Whereas, I've seen the encoding before. I did it in my example here with my OLED generation test. I did this. This encodes its printout in one of two formats. But this is matching the UTF-8 format, which I know doesn't match the printer that prints Hui key stuff. And it's too large, so it's wrong. And this encoding is for text, not block data. Arduino encode text in format. Char set. Change string set. Arduino. TF string. Of course, people are always converting UTF-8. UTF-8 ACSI convert. Char source char does. Scroll down and see what people say. Put a char on the ASCI number. There's an error on the font file. Oh, this person had an issue with the font file. So it looks like I'm gonna have two options. Get see what other functions they have in here. Clean, close, char space, line space, set alignment, font, bold. A lot of these I actually want to integrate to replace the ones that are in the library so that the commands are proper. Set NV bitmap. I think that's the thing I'm looking for. Set NV bitmap. NV in. How does that look then? Does the demo show it? Print string, yeah. Set text size. Print string, feed dot, alignment. Print string, set alignment. So this is use. Oh my goodness. Oh here. Print. No, that's from disk. Get transmit. No. Get status. Set close. I also think setting close might help my stuff. Oh come on, please have it. Oh, I don't think it does. No, it only does the internal bitmap. Gosh. Dang it. But I'm fairly certain this function, set NV bitmap, is what I'm looking for. But what? Oh well, let's see if I can find it first. Get status, get status. Margin, barcode, command mode, set rotation, rotation, send code, blah, blah, blah. Nope. I think this is how it's encoding. Yeah, I think this is how it's doing some of the encoding. String to byte. See, I wish I knew what these functions were. com.sun.jna.library. Com. Yeah, I don't see that. Main. I only got Java com. Test Java com. Nope. This is so annoying. This has to be incomplete code. This makes no sense to me. Java compile. The only way to really know would be to open it in Arduino Studio. Libraries. Yeah. I'd be half tempted to download Arduino Android Studio again. But let's see if I can find this one, set NV bitmap. Print data matrix. Like, this is the thing where it's printing a QR code using this setup, which is what this demo uses. The SDK.h, but I don't see the SDK. Wait. Oh, here's the demo C. So, nope, that's the demo. I only see the SDK.h. Where the hell is the .c version of this? Is it really using this? That seems very weird to use a .h with a .java. Set NV bitmap. Here we go. Oh. What? Oh. Well, let's see what this says. Number of bitmaps up to 64K for a single file, up to 192K for all files. Image path, if there's only a file name, use the current path. If the full path is specified, the specified path will be used, separated by a semicolon. The number must be consistent with the inums parameter. Like, that makes sense. Return B data. Again, like, I don't have an example of how to use it. So I assume string would be the actual bitmap. The number would be where it's the number of bitmaps I have. So in this case, 1, because I'm only using one bitmap. Which, again, this wouldn't really work because I'm customizing each QR code that I want to print. And this stuff I have to integrate, which is the status stuff, but sidetracking myself. Yeah. So I either have to get... Okay, so I'm removing this because it clearly doesn't work. I want to go back to the .h and see. Feed line, string, QR code, transmit, print disk image, self-check my position, status. Yeah. So it can't print a direct bitmap. That's annoying. Well, it clearly can. It's just a matter of fixing the line spacing. The fact that serial print isn't working nicely doesn't help. Because I'd add a whole bunch of printouts. So yeah, so I either have to figure out how to encode this string in the format it's wanting, or I have to figure out how to get bitmap to work, which couldn't hurt. I do have a logo for this project, which would be kind of cool to add. So it couldn't hurt to get, what is it? This. Print bitmap. Bitmap command. So this is what it's sending. And then, so it sets the density, which I think in the example I was running, it was running density 1. So I have a feeling don't need these commands. Line spacing 16 dots. Unidirectional print mode on. Can I just turn that off? So where is it actually sending the data? Bitmap command, size of bitmap command. Bitmap. Right. Oh. Why is it trying to do this? Stream right N? Let's try removing that. What do you want to bet that that's the issue? Let's see here. So this is wrong. That doesn't work anymore. It's no longer relevant. Move this. And yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Aaron. If it's the new line that's causing the issue, I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh all this time trying to get this to work, and it's just one line of code I could have looked at and been like, oh, that seems like a weird spot to put a new line. Because that's how their SDK works, is everything's its own function, so like a new line should not be built into anything. If you wanted a new line, you would tell it to add a new line. Oh, it's catching an error from the last time I compiled. Okay, let's try it. See what happens. Ugh. Reconnect serial. Upload. Oh, no. It printed out wackiness. That's not what I wanted to see. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that couldn't hurt. Just to make sure that it's actually running the program right. Oh, it's doing it down here, too. Oh no, it's not printing right. It's doing something weird. It's printing it out weird. Something else is wrong. It's partly working, but it's not printing like it was before. Let me try running it from the Arduino IDE and see what it does. I didn't change anything else, it should be running fine. Okay, so there is something going wrong, because trying it from the Arduino IDE is printing that out. So there is something wrong with how I'm calling it. So I'll dig into that in a second. But let's follow your scroll there, Keith. Print QR code. Oh no, so what it's doing is, yeah, at the beginning I'm setting up a byte array, and then I'm taking the string of data, so a text string, to encode that I want to be a QR code instead of text. I'm copying that string into an array, but in bytes. I don't want text, I want bytes. So you're converting A to whatever the byte version of A is. And then the B command, we are adding 25 hex commands to it, along with what's in this byte array. So when you get further down, it copies over the array into the byte, but in the correct position, and then it adds a whole bunch of information at the end. And then once it has it all encoded, it sends it off to the printer. But this encoding, well, not that spot there, but this encoding here, I think is wrong. I think it, instead of your regular byte, I think it's expecting it to be encoded in this GB 2312 format. But I'd have to find a conversion file for that to convert the bytes to the correct type of byte. That's why I think this is going wrong. I think it's expecting Chinese to be written to it. But we now know there's something wrong with the bitmap function, which is weird because I'm fairly certain I copied the library piece by piece. Why is it not working? Can I comment this out? Or does it complain? It does complain. So what's different? Ah. It does something different in this. No worries, Aaron. If I can help you fall asleep, that's great. Let's try setting this up to run the same way as this example on Arduino. My task, take that out of here. Printer is ready, which that command does not actually work for my printer. It always returns 1, so that is something that will have to be changed at some point. Put up again. And instead of that, let's run the one that I've been working on. And with that. Let's see what that does. Because that should be exactly how this example is working. It's doing this. It's running. Nope, don't need that, but I do need that. Upload a monitor. Nope, still printing that fuzziness. That is weird. I'm just gonna add this because that's what it was doing before. It was doing this. Everything else is running the same way. Oh. That's the Arduino IDE I have is 1.8.19. And Platform IO, I imagine, is running the most up-to-date thing it can run. At MelAVR 4.0, Framework 5.1, and I have no idea what the IDE is running. But I almost guarantee this is ahead of it. Oh. Weird that it complains about that. Let's cheat. Let's take this. Let's comment out that. Let's add it right to the top of this. And I'm just gonna, I know what size it is. So let's just write that. So weird that that doesn't work. But it works in this. Oh, hold on. I think it needs the P. I think it's expecting it. Hold on. I think I was running the wrong version. Let's try removing that and turning that back on. Okay. Upload a monitor. I wasn't paying attention in the example. I thought it was only running the P version for ESP8266. I did not notice the double standing line example. And voila! It is indeed printing correctly now. Wow. 4 lines and a blank line correctly. So now I need to figure out why it wants to print that 4th line. Okay, so we know the function we're looking for is print map P. This here. Reinterpret cast. Oh my goodness. So we're running density 1s. We're not worried about those commands. New line with count play includes the trailer. So let's see what happens if I remove the new line. I think it's just gonna make the original printout this one, but in proper blocks instead of this jumbled mess. I think there's a different issue somewhere. Wish I could get this to print on serial instead of mem copy. What in the world? Stream write buffer length? Oh my goodness. But let's comment out the end and just see what it does. Yeah, so it just prints it out. Is it still doing the 4-line thing? Yeah, it is. It's putting 4 lines and then putting a space in. That's not the issue. I think the issue is something else. I want to try uncopy map command. Let's try turning this off and that off. I want to see what it does. No, still doing the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4 lines, and then it puts in a new line. So that's not the issue. Bitmap command 1B. So I think this is wrong. Trying to see. So I wish it had a master list of commands, which it doesn't. Very annoying. It does all these different commands, but it doesn't tell you what any of them do. What's the... So it's sending 1B as a command. Now this, just looking at this looks like a possible option. So print disk to file. So you send the string to file. Ugh. And again, it wants an encoding and decoding. That doesn't help me. I think this is to send data to a file. Pixels with height. Here, so I could potentially take the array that I have and use it to send it. And once you send it, then it should be a matter of calling it, because it does the demo. It prints a disk file. Let's see. Disk image file. I think this is to send the file. And then how do I get it to print? So 1B is used by a lot of these codes. That size 1B21. What's it do if I do that? Oh no, that's not right. That definitely encodes it wrong. Now these symbols. Is this setting a text font? Is that what this is doing? What is it? Oh, it's a blank piece of paper. That's no use. I think that was setting a text font. Because we look at the character set, these all match different characters. Yeah. So it is setting something. It's just a matter of figuring out why every fourth line it puts a space in. Oh, no, that's wrong. Buffer 64. Why? It's changing. Buffer, bitmap command, size of bitmap command, length equals. I wonder if I can make this serial print work here. If I might actually have it print. Oh, still gonna try and write to my printer. Oops. Yeah, it's just gonna print that. So I'm gonna run out of paper by the time I get this working. Oh my goodness. I do have an extra spool of paper. Right. See, this can work. Just, I almost need it to do it a line at a time. Because I think the buffer is running out in the printer. And then it's restarting it. It's clearing its buffer or something. But when it's clearing its buffer, it's starting a new line. There is a clean command. In here, there is a clean command. I wonder if I call this every so often, if it would allow this system to not override. Let's try that. Let's see. Go up here. Void set clean. To byte. Right bytes. Move that. Set it as this type. Let's see. Set clean. And then, it's not camel toe. Set clean. I put that in the .h. Clears that up, and then I'm thinking if I run that every so often, it might prevent it from losing that fourth line. Yeah, so this is when it's doing the new line. Set clean. No, I want to run that after I do the new line. Right. Turn that off, turn that back on, save, upload a monitor. Nope. Just slows it down. But it's still failing on the fourth line. So that's gotta be in the wrong spot that I'm calling it. Let's try it here. Calling the right bitmap, right? Not running that one, not running that, not running that. It's the only bitmap P that it has. One bitmap, yeah, okay. It's the only function I should be calling. for size, column, row. Yeah, that should have been calling it every row. So that's not the issue. Ugh. Disconnect that, so we're not wasting a page. Okay. Connect. Nope. Every fourth line. It's so consistent. It's not setting band height. It's setting it as 0. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm wondering. Because for row greater than h, rows plus equal to band height, which is the incrementational value. So you're running pretty much, it seems like it, which is annoying. You should be doing that in the bitmap itself. And then it's copying the command into buffer. What? Oh my goodness. Okay, let's... This looks like terrible. P. Reinterpret cast bitmap. Wow. That looks overly complicated. Width bytes is width. Just in byte format? No, it's size T. That's... Oh my god. So, for this iteration, it goes row 0 for the row, and checks for the height, which in our case is 74. And it will increment row plus equal to band height? But how does it increment then? Because you only... Because band height would always be 0. What? And thus you would never actually reach H. I think? What? And then at the end of the row you're calling a new line. I think. So length is bitmap command. Out length is minimum size of buffer minus length. Wow. They really did complicate this, didn't they? Can I serial print the buffer? I'd be tempted to serial print this and see if it tries and prints the QR code in serial. It doesn't want to print that. Why not? There we go. I'm curious what this does. But what I do need to do, stop the printer from actually printing. I could keep that running. No point in wasting paper if I can get it to print to serial. That'd be nice. Granted, if I pull the paper, the printer still responds properly with the current library, that it would think it's printed, but it hasn't actually printed. Ugh. It actually just tried printing. Why? Oh. Weird. It just sent a whole bunch of blank data. Yeah, that didn't print anything useful on printout. Oh, I know why. I'm setting clean for one, and it's writing the new line. It's gotta be print string feed dot. Send data. Get data back, get status, set close. Yeah, nothing useful. Yeah, I can try increasing the size and see what it does. Row bytes clipped. See. Ah, see, this looks interesting, because this is considering a height limit. Or limit to the buffer, but that's a different function. And that wasn't printing properly anyways. Wait, what? Print bitmap. Width height from stream. Okay, so save that. Let's go back to the main. Let's set the QR code density to 2. I'll print the piece at the end, feed it, and cut the paper. Let's feed the paper in. Okay, so we set the serial, upload, and monitor. Plug in USB. That does not work. It just prints out a bunch of gibberish. Actually, no, that's not gibberish. That looks like a bunch of mini QR codes. So that does not work. Which, to me, tells me I should remove it. Because if it doesn't work, no point in having it clutter up our code while we're trying to understand what everything does. Just for craps and giggles, let's change that to the max and see what it does. Well, that worked, but it's still doing the same thing. Now, is that larger than the other ones? It is not. So that did not actually increase the size by anything. Is it? No, it's the same size. But, prints the same thing. Prints 4 lines and then adds a space. I have no idea, but what I do think is that I should remove the density from this command. I'm going to copy this so that if my fiddling doesn't work, can we enable it? Star. Right. Nope. Oh. It was doing... Oh, so it was trying to do case 1. Oh, and I tried case 3. Sorry, case 2. Which, fails. Oh, I wonder if it's this. Yeah, because its normal was 1. So what I want to try would be 0. Yeah, because it's setting to 1, so it's doing this, but the only thing it's not changing is the byte density, Whereas when I tried, it was failing that. What would it do for case 3? Would it... Weird. But let's try 0 and see what it does. No, it's printing the same darn thing. So it's not doing anything. Move it up here. Yeah, I guess we could try that. Let me just copy this thing down. Band height 8. Let's try 24, I guess. And we can set this to 1. So that chops it off. It doesn't write the whole thing, but it's still doing the 4 lines blank, 4 lines blank. But it's cutting it off. It's not doing the full thing. Wonder if we go lower. Set it to 4. I'm gonna have to make sure I run some tests with an ESP before I do this. Last thing I need is every time I want to change programming that I can't get the thing to work. I also don't think it's ending its communication properly. With the USB, which is why I think it's locking up. Weird. So it did this, it printed that, and then it printed a whole bunch of wackiness. So band height is important, but doesn't seem to actually be affecting what we want. Bitmap command 2. So 0, 1. This should be 2. Oh, 0? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna remove that. Band height. that. Does it use density anywhere else? No. Okay. Remove that. Let's go down to here. Remove that. Bitmap command 1xb. This one, I have no clue what's happening with it. Command three. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3. It's doing this. And then it's doing that for the last command. Don't understand why you're going up by 8. Oh, I think I understand. I think it's trying to print, I think, 4 lines in this bitmap. Is it? What? Let's remove that. Let's remove that. Previous byte. Where is it using previous byte? Is it doing anything with that previous byte? Doesn't seem to be. What? That's a weird one. If I understand the... it's weird that it's... If it was all 255 and 0, I would expect it white and not white. That's not the case. Man. Set line space. 1B33. BX20. What's it sending? It's sending 42. That's weird. Why is it getting its chowset? Oh, it's probably telling the thing what chowset to use. Oh. I wonder if this works. Let's disable the printer. See if I can print that without wasting paper. Oh, let's fix that. No. Okay, that works. Let's try uploading again. Oof. Does this library print out on serial? I think it does. Yes, it does. Yeah. Oh, is it still trying to print? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's failing miserably. Well, that's definitely not working. Let's try this. Oh, that's why. It's in the loop. It's running over and over again. I need this. Have it run once. Let's try that. Oh. I almost wonder if it's the Arduino sending the data that's having the issue. I'm not sure if that makes any sense, but I almost wonder. Trying to think. Like, yeah, it's definitely a buffer issue. I'm wondering if it's the Arduino side and not the printer side. Trying to think. On the self-test of the printer, it tells you external ROM size 2 megabytes, style GB 18030, ASC font size, just nothing there. Yeah, it only says external ROM size 2 megabytes. Doesn't seem to indicate buffer size. Yeah. But it doesn't explain why it's adding the line, unless something in code is doing it. There's this buffer set to 64. Let's try increasing it and see what it does. Yeah. Well, let's go back and re-enable things then. Turn that off, turn that off. Be nice if it printed out the serial properly. Be good for debugging. But all I'm getting is that. It's all enabled again. Yeah. Definitely have a feeling that serial issue is either because I'm using an Arduino Uno and it's just being silly, or possibly it's not giving up the USB. Let's try this. Nope, it didn't print at all. Printed an extra small thing without anything on it. Oh, I know why. I didn't enable it back here. Where is it? Still don't understand the purpose of that. That seems utterly useless. It's actually the point of this command, I think, is to clean everything. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that again. Glad I'm live streaming this, because I probably would have given it up hours ago. Would have gotten so annoyed with this thing. Nada. Still 1, 2, 3. Yep, still 4. Let's see if I could do it one line at a time. I feel like it'd work if I could do it. Line spacing 16 dots. Is that why it's 8? In the world. See, I'd be tempted to try this QR code generator. But even in some of my uploads, I'm removing the USB cable and it's still locked. But yes, I'm... Oh, sorry, I'm totally glossing over it. Yeah, I think there's something not giving up control. And actually, in the SDK, there is a thing for that. I'm tempted to try this QR code library, but where it's printing here. See, I know this doesn't work, and I know the char set that's on it doesn't have anything compatible. The reason I think this could work is because it calls it line by line. So there's also this. This is an extra library. Because see, they're printing these images just fine. It's doing another QR code. Lots of data in it. Are they just a bunch of images? Oh. Oh, .ino. Oh. USB host class, serial, printer. Yeah. So what's it doing differently? Absolutely nothing. Right. Although interestingly, if they're using ESP32, they're running the regular bitmap program. Which would be this one here. I think. Yeah, looks like it. $27. B2A. Now see, the bitmap program I'm running is doing 1B star. $27.42. So it's doing decimal? 2A. 0 single density vertical, single horizontal. Single density vertical, double horizontal. 32. See, look at this. This is so much nicer. Oh my gosh. And then it writes the bitmap. Which is what I'm thinking I should be able to do. But it didn't work that way. At least not with mine. So what the heck? The heck is it doing differently on... It's writing the command. I wonder... yeah. Like, this all seems overly complicated. Yeah. No, band height is set to its normal. I've removed it. So that doesn't do anything. Only thing that really changes is the P in the bitmap. And this command so that other one is print bitmap without the P, and I was trying that one earlier and it generates what is it? It was generating this crap. It looked simpler, but it wasn't working. It's all the more weirdness to it. Although, let's try a comparison. Let's see here. There's gotta be something more going on. Band height command. It's still doing that. Only thing different is what it's writing in terms of the bitmap and the bytes. Oh, it's not doing a column. It's only writing the row. That's weird. Huh. But let's try 2A as the hex command. I want to see what this does. I'm wondering if so X 2A. I want to see what that does. Nope, that didn't do nothing. Yeah. I'm wondering if that regular bitmap program would work with this QR code. Because the way this works is it does it line by line. And if I can get line by line, I think we could get around that buffer issue. Let's go into the issues here. Let's see how somebody was trying to do this as a bitmap. QR to bitmap via thermal. Let's see here. Get module. x, y equals 1. Where's this buffer? Set back buffer. UC buff. That doesn't help me very much. Right bitmap. Keyword bitmap. Yep, it's 2 a.m. I'm normally a night owl, though. Ah. 5 p.m. or 5 a.m.? Ah. I'm really not liking this. I think... See, because the actual device is using... the end device that I end up building is supposed to use ESP32, I'd be half tempted to switch this to ESP32 and see if it solves the buffer issue. Because if that solves my issue, then why fiddle with this thing forever on an environment I'm not actually going to use? Which one? Okay, let's figure out what pins I need. I believe it's SPI. Yeah. Yeah, it did. I think the only real difference was that it was using .bitmap instead of the bitmap P. This one, see, that's the one we've been using, whereas this one has cleaner looking code, and I'm gonna be so annoyed if it works, because we've spent hours trying to figure this thing out. And I do plan on guiding this library anyways, because I want all the commands to match properly, especially the status stuff and the cleanup, and I want to end connections nicely. Also really hate that the main folder has to contain extra classes from the libraries. So all the functions I actually plan to use, I want to swap over and make sure they're following the proper command. Like, I know all the bold and inverted text works from the library, but I'd rather follow the SDK's command set, the hex commands, as if there were issues down the line, I kind of hope would work better. I'd also be tempted to re-download Android Studio and try and open it and see if it links a lot of these commands so that I can actually dig into it, figure out some of the encoding maybe for its built-in QR code command. But if I can at least get bitmap working, I'd be happy. It's one of the main things I need this printer to do. Right, I was going to look up ESP32 pinout. I love random node tutorials, especially this page, and they have a similar one for ESP 8266. Great page. Shows quite a few variants and their pinouts. What I'm looking for is these pens, and I have USB host shield pinout. Is this what I have? It is. Okay. Oof. That's an old formatting page. My goodness. Now, level shifters. Well, it does have a level shifter on board. Well, that's not a very good, useful tutorial. Schematic. Not bad, but not what I need. Now, VBus select. I would hope that's not the word select. Suitable for. Oh. Well, that's again another useless document. Oh, circuit diagram. And not the most useful thing. Wow, my goodness. Seriously? Oh my goodness gracious. I love when somebody posts a question somewhere and like half of the comments back are, you shouldn't use that, you should use this. Thanks, not what I was asking. Oh my goodness. I have a feeling I'm gonna need my soldering iron, so let's plug it in. Let's see here. If I connect ground and VN and 3.3 volts, and then I need what? Need SPI. Pin 5, 18, 19, 23. I think it's 4 wires. I think there's an interrupt on the USB. I just can't remember. USB library. Ooh, yep. Let's see here. I'm using USB.H. Really isn't doing much. Thought it would have the ability to set SPI definitions. Probably does somewhere. I'd have to really dig into it though. I still do need this. I have a feeling that, so if I look, the chip select and this interrupt pin are not currently connected properly. So let's compare this board. No labeling. Of course not. Okay, so you got VN, 2 ground, and then it goes to 5 volts. So let's check here. Red, blue, yellow. So we got VN, 2 ground, and then you have, so ground, and then 5 volts, and then 3.3. Okay, and then what I'm currently looking at is this. I'm trying to get the pin out. Open image in new tab. There we go. And the 4 wires I want are over there. So count from here. So that's 1, 2, SS. And if I look, CS is GPIO 5. There's this wire. This is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep, okay. And the next one I need is MO. SDO. That is and note. Okay, I think I have that working. So let's plug that in, and then my INI, set up another environment. ESP32. Set the board, save, change my default to ESP32, save, and I don't need that one open, switch to the main. And if I check the IN, where is it? Nope. It's this one here. So put bitmap. Images. Oh. Yeah, so it's still using program mem, so we'll be fine with that example. The only thing will be changing this to print P. And then adding QR code density back in. I'd be curious if this does work. I'd be curious to test increasing the density and seeing if it does anything. And let's try building it. See what it does. Hoping this works. And I'm not going to plug the printer in just yet. I want to see if it actually finds the hub. It should report a failure if it doesn't, right here, if the host fails. Oh, I'm on a different COM port. Device manager. COM port 6. Save that, let it rebuild. And upload a monitor. Ah, he failed to find that. Okay. First thing I'm gonna try is swapping those. Swapping two of the spy lines around and seeing if that works. Which one's the reset on this? This one. Oh, still failing to initialize. Okay. You know what? Instead of trying to use those pins like that, let's pull out my header pack. And let's try using this type. Let's see. GPIO 18. Should be clock. Yeah. What? Good question. It's a 30-pin board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, so that is not the right one that I have in my hand. That's the one that I have in my hand right now. So I swapped to using the pen headers up the top. So I want to see if that changes the behavior. I'm not getting anything on serial. Oh. Let's see. I'm not getting anything. Ah, there we go. Aha, there we go. It was a bad connection. I was trying to use this side of the pins and clearly wasn't getting a good connection. So, yeah. Actually, it should try to print as soon as I plug into it. I think. Maybe not. Oh, no. It failed again. Let's try swapping these pins around as well. They're probably getting a bad connection. Let's see. Look. in, ground, and 3.3 volts is there, and then it's 1, 2, ground, 5 volts, 3.3 volts. Yeah. That should be what's needed. Let's reopen the monitor. And hit the reset button. It's not a good sign. Nope. Yeah. The problem is there's no real good documentation for this board to tell me how to swap it over. Because I'm thinking it needs to be running on 3.3 volts, but I'm worried that 3.3 volts is going to make USB try to run at 3.3 volts, which I don't want. I want 5 volts. Let's see here. Set it to ohms. Okay. Yep. So this solder jumper that says 3.3 volts would, in fact, cause the USB to run at 3.3 volts. Can try swapping it over. I don't really expect that. I know it's wired, but I don't think this thing would actually care about 3.3 volts feeding. Although, looking at the traces on this board, it really looks like it's using that 3.3 volts. I'm really thinking it's just a bad connection somewhere. I've been meaning to make like dev board, even carrier boards with screw terminals, so that you can use these types of DuPont connectors, but you can screw into everything, not have to worry about flimsy connections. It's also why I like the quick system for I2C devices. Because it worked. What's the main IC these things use? I'm wondering if I can get my hands on something like this from Amazon. Ah, looks like somebody did a whole bunch of cutting and adapting. So, pinout is what I've set. Push the reset pin of the USB shield to VCC. That is not currently a wire I think I put together. It's not labeled on here either, of course not. Why would it? Let's see. What's the name of this IC? There we go. Oh my goodness. $25? Yikes. To get it from Amazon, that is. And I wouldn't get it till Friday. Oh. So, let's try using the ISP connection and also setting up reset to work on it. So we'll look here. This mounts like this, which makes clock. And then so clock is middle. Then you have that one. Not using. And then SS stays in its spot. I have to change it. So use that for reset. And let's change purple to reset. And then connect gray. See if that works, or if I need to modify VBus as well. So I'm kind of assuming VBus is what its logic level is supposed to be. It's just a shame it's wired to the USB jack, which I think in that thing I found on GitHub, what the person was doing was bypassing and cutting traces and putting jumpers, extra jumpers in to get it working. No. Yeah, so. Well, the easiest test would just be to solder the 3-volt jumper and see if it recognizes it. If it does, then I'll have to figure out how to bypass the VBus on the USB jack. At least tell me if I'm on the right path. Actually, there's one other thing. Let's swap the spy lines just in case I had those backwards. soldering iron to start back up. It might be hot enough. Yep. That's budged. Let's see if that works. Monitor. Nope. Let's try switching these pins. Nope. Okay. So something is really weird. Where's reset on the Arduino? Right there. So let's see. Let's try that. Now this has shifters on it. And it has bypasses. Wondering if I need to enable these bypasses. Yeah. Okay. Next thing is I'm gonna bypass all of these. See what that does. It's weird that it worked the one time, but I haven't been able to get it to work since. Just got my multimeter. Put it on voltage. Yeah, it's got 3.3 volts. The reset button works. It's just not communicating. Why not? Nope. Hey, there we go. That is the weirdest thing ever. Is it repeatable? There we go. It's a start. Slowly shifting my desk. Oh, I must have bumped the camera too. Okay, let's plug this in. Restart. Doesn't seem to print anything. That's not a good sign. Let's disconnect all those jumpers and see. Failed to initiate. Let's hold the wires. Bad wiring connection. It's really annoying. It's initializing, but it's not sending anything to the printer, or at least not getting data back from the printer. Let's see here. In their example, what do they do? USB printer, outs. SMD 0 USB. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Yep. That's all the normal. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Everything else seems the same. My USB task, print it up again. Yeah. It doesn't seem to actually be realizing there's a printer connected. Oh. Now we're failing to initialize again. Oh, come on. It's failing to work again. Slowly add some of these jumpers back in. Let's see how it responds. Almost need to solder to these. Oh my goodness. So some terrible connections. Is this unreliable? Oh my goodness. Failing to initiate. That is so weird. Wow. So need a full power reset. Wow, this thing really is finicky. Oh my goodness. Let's try switching this jumper over here back. I have to remove that jumper. That is highly unreliable. My goodness. Really? It's so weird. Get it to work like 3 times in a row, and then after that it's nothing. Nothing. Actually, now that I think of it, I don't think there's any traces there on the circuit board. Unless this is a multi-layer board, which I'd kind of be surprised about. I think the reason it's not working is because it actually needs a SPI connection through the ISP port. Let's see. I don't think there's any traces to these pins over here. I think it's only here, because I can see traces to this. Clock. Wait, what? No. Clock would be the blue wire. And then those pins. This is the Arduino programming. Not even trying programming at the moment, trying to get the USB host shield to work with ESP32 and see if it fixes its issue with trying to print a bitmap file, because we've been doing a half a dozen print tests, and it prints 4 lines and then skips a line. Well, it's not skipping a line, it's adding a blank line and then printing a bunch more lines. And I've gotten the host shield to initialize a few times, but then it won't actually print anything when running ESP32. So, trying to troubleshoot wiring. Nada. Oh, I think I know my issue. I had disconnected the 5-volt oil earlier. Let's try that. Nope. Well, I shouldn't solder on a live circuit. It's kind of hard. Because hand assembling them takes forever. And I'd like to batch produce them. The only problem is capital, which is why I wanted to run a crowdfund campaign. But I'm quite a ways away from doing it. So honestly, I am not sure. Yeah, okay. So I do want those bypasses in place. Let's see. So weird. My goodness. Yeah, all the files are already on. They should be on GitHub. Yeah, they should all be up to date on GitHub. Let me see. Here we goes. The light switch controller is under this. I do not understand this thing. That is super weird. Bypassing all logic, it should very darn well be running on 3.3 volts. Yet, it won't acknowledge anything. That is super weird. Oh, no worries. Still just trying to get this thing to work, and it's being very, very weird. One, two, yeah. That's all connected, right? So why in the world do you not work? Yep, that link is the light switch controller board. Yeah, I can give you my PayPal information. Where did I see it? This one here. GBR 17. 18 was SCK. SCK, okay, and then yeah, no worries. No, the original name, including the one for John's, is the I2C OJ45, which obviously can make it slightly confusing when you go looking for it. Yeah. I'm wondering if I've boned something out or done something extra silly on this thing. But it's just so weird. I'm gonna have to plug it back into the Arduino and see. But, yeah, I really need this to work on ESP32, so one way or another it needs to work. Failing to initialize. That is super weird. Okay, let's try plugging it into the Arduino. Reset all the solder jumpers. Yep, so the host can't work. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out why it doesn't like ESP32. Now I do have the chip select and int connected. No, still printing the regular code. But why it doesn't want to work on the ESP is really annoying. So, that is working. Why? I'm curious as to these connections. Let's go here. Pin 13. Should be right here. Yeah, I was right. It's not connected. And I'm fairly certain if we scroll back footage, it's going to show try and show that when it was initializing and it said it was working, that the wires were in these pins. But these pins are not connected to get the SPI. They are on the, it's on the ISP header. So the only way I'm getting SPI is through that. That is very weird. And then if I'm not mistaken, these are logic level converters. That's connected. Okay. So what does 5 volts go to? It's connected to there. Is that it? Yeah, so it should be possible to give it 3.3, 5 volts, and then if I bypass these jumpers, it should work on ESP. Potentially, but we're not even seeing the SPI connection work on the host shield. Gonna be hard for it to communicate with the printer if it can't communicate with this. But let's see here. 5 volts from there. Okay, so I got V in, ground, 5 volts, 3.3, and reset. As far as I know, the ESP32 can't communicate directly via USB to this printer. The printer is USB 2.0, and I'm using a regular ESP32, not a S3 or anything. Yeah, just a regular ESP32 Rover dev kit. Right. This to communicate properly. Should matter of bridging these out. Oh no. At this point, I'm just tempted to solder wires because I think I got some really bad connections going. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna try. Solder some wires. So this pin 5. Should be, yeah, the chip select. Okay. Okay, and then let's look at solder joint. The solder is terrible. The solder that's on the board, that is. Let's try that. There we go. And then let's go to the next one. Let's fix our first one. And then this one should be my clock, which is this pin here. Right there. Should be that pin. Should be that one, and then my wires keep coming off because I'm hitting them with my soldering iron. That wire is supposed to be this one. And one more. That's a meter. should be that pin there. No, actually it wouldn't. It'd be this pin. Center pin. Well, I should use hookup wire and not enamel wire, but I think I have some hookup wire, but not a lot. I think it's on my I need to buy more list. But then I gotta sit there and strip the wire. Yeah. I'd kinda just like the thing to work. So those connections match. I think the only thing now... Actually, let's double check this. Yeah. Okay. Let's double check that this works. Nope. Beats me. Let me double check these solders. Yep. Mystifies me. Hey, there, it worked. Oh my goodness. That is so weird. Like, oh man. I add 5 volts back to the system. Does it continue working? Failed to initialize. We might be on to something. Over 5 volts. Failed to initialize. Okay. Let's see. Let's try that. Failed to. Okay, like it works 1 second and then not the next. Like, are you kidding me? Makes no sense. Failed to initialize. Okay. So weird. All my wires are loose. Oh my gosh. It's pretty damn well soldered. Just boggles me how unstable it's been. I did, like, a little while ago. It was a few tests back, and then it stopped working, like, as soon as I tried to change one thing. And I tried to put it back the way it was, and it still doesn't work. Being super unreliable, and I don't understand why. The only thing I could think of to test would be to desolder these logic level converters. Like, it is bypassing them, but like, is it causing an issue with the pin? Like, oh, see? Look, it just worked. Like, if I do a reboot. Yeah, so it's currently working. But it's not printing anything. Let's see. There's a sketch that tries USB communication. This one here. Let's see if I can get it to report back. Serial monitor? No, tools, right. Switch the board. Should work. Let's try that. Taking its sweet time at compiling. Oh my goodness. It's probably not going to move and then it's suddenly going to be finished. It's not showing anything on the... Yep, see? It's showing a failure again with the hub. Trying, but it's not showing a failure. No. Super unplayable. My goodness. Really thinking I'm gonna have to buy that other version. Because this one doesn't seem to want to communicate with the ESP32. Nope. It's not seeing it. Nope. Nada. I do. Just trying to think where. That won't work though, because the code is communicating via SPI to this hub IC. I don't have code that can bypass that. It's looking specifically for that hub IC in order to work. I wish. It'd be a whole heck of a lot easier if you could do that. Thinking this is the one I'm gonna have to buy. Hoping that this one is the one that will work properly. Ground 3.3 volts. And V-bus, which I'm hoping would be the connection from raw. Should be the 5 volts for the USB connector. And then would use now it has an SS over here. Is that what that jumper goes to? I think it is. Just a shame that it will take till Friday to get here, which is... Today's Tuesday for me. That's annoying. Let's see. eBay have anything local? Nope. That IC that it's running on is... Yeah. Yeah, the default should be these ones. Um, the ones that I've been using should be V-Spy. Yeah, V-Spy. This is the second one, H-Spy, which is hardware spy. And then the other one is used internally. USB. Let's see. Spy. Oh no, that's SPP. That's probably not what I'm looking for. USB.H and CPP. This is the IC. Ah, that is interesting. So the one spot where it says 64 bytes, looking at the data sheet for that IC, 64 bytes. Wonder if that's part of the problem. But also the fact that in the code, which is hoping is part of the issue, so it's doing all this wackiness, setting columns and all that kind of crap. Yet, in the version they use for ESP32, it does this, which is super nice and super simple. So, keen to try it to see if it fixes the issue where it prints 4 lines and then puts a space in. Because I'm suspecting that it's running out of a buffer somewhere, either on the printer side or... Which, if it's printer side, there should be a way around it. Or it's on the if it's on the microcontroller side, then yeah, that doesn't really help us very much. But what I wanted to see with this device is its power connections. Yeah, well, the plan is that obviously if I get the printer fully working, that I have to design a custom board for it anyways. A few reasons for that is that, let me just remove these wires. So as I was saying, the kind of plan is that, oh, we call it, the final thing will use an ESP32, so obviously it'd be good to get it to work, but one of the critical functions I need is to be able to print QR codes. And obviously I need to know that this can work with an ESP32 before I go designing shields for it. But the plan is that I'm designing a new control board for the ESP that I want to use. So the both the barcode scanners that I'm building for this inventory system, as well as the so one of two printers will have a screen attached to it, be its own little standalone item. We'll use the new WT32 Plus. The boards on these, however, some of them come with 16 megabytes, some come with 8. I think the ones I have for the project actually came with 16, which is nice. The only problem is they only come with 2 megabytes of PS RAM, which when it comes to designing an interface that works with LVGL on these screens, kind of makes it hard. It was one of the hard parts for Moyne, who's writing the Oxys firmware for these, to transfer it over, but very amazingly managed to squeeze it all in. Originally we were thinking you needed a minimum of 4 to run the Oxys, so amazing that it works. That guy is a guru with screens, that is for sure. But the problem with this board, so it's got a whole bunch of things like, now it's not full audio, it's just I2S, 2-wire audio, so it's very simple. But it's got OS 485, and it's got onboard SD code, and it only breaks out 5IO, which is nowhere near enough to cover what I need to do. And I'm realizing something I need to add to my little to-do list. So, yeah, in its current form, it's not the greatest. So my plan is to design a whole new board, put different power filtering on it because I'm running on batteries, and set it up for all the peripherals that I need in the barcode scanners. And within those parameters, it would have what's necessary to run the printer. I don't think I'll put the host shield directly on it. Guess it kind of depends on space, but I'm thinking it would be its own separate item. I'll design a nice little board for it, and design it to be modified into this system so that you would have you'd have a housing around this. Screen can kind of sit on the housing as needed, and then there would be a wire going from the screen to power and then also to the connection, and I'll probably remove the ports underneath, the ports at the back, because the space underneath this is all empty, so I could probably stick a board inside there. It'd be kind of nice to hide these connections, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible, but I can definitely make things a little nicer. And a lot of the I/O that I need for the things in the scanners will work on the screen the way I want. But I'll be swapping it out for a different ESP32 S3 that I'm looking at, one that is 16 megabytes and then has an extra 8 megabytes of PS RAM. And I think it has extra GPIO that this one doesn't have, but I can't say for certain. I'm just hoping I can fit all the functions I want. I have a feeling I'm going to end up using an I2C I/O expander on it to make up the gaps for some things. But we'll see how it turns out. Actually, my next live stream might be starting the design on that, especially if I'm going to have to wait to get a new host shield chip. It makes no sense to me that it does not want to work. But I still think it's silly that it running into this issue where one B star which one? On this one? I don't see any links. You can only post a link if you're a moderator. find it very weird that bitmap command. So I feel like you should be able to separate these functions. I'm very curious if I can. I look at this. Yeah, it won't post it though to YouTube unless you're a moderator. It'll show on your end, but it won't show to everyone else. I'm kind of curious. Buffer 64 length. So it copies the command into buffer. Then it creates a length that is the size of bitmap command, which is 5. The output length minimum size of 64 minus the actual length, oh no, minus the 5 plus bytes W, which is the size of the width, minus the column that it's on. Then it copies it over. What's P? Oh, P is the item from bitmap that it wants. I'm very lost on what this is. Man, that seems so overly complicated. So the big thing is P. Because the reason I know that this doesn't work on the ESP is that bitmap very curious to try something here. Be interesting to get that to work too. So if that version can work. Let's see here. We'll take a look at this and interpret that. Band height is 8. Don't need that. Don't need that. I don't think that's needed. Yup, very annoyingly so, Ben. There's this version built into this library for printing out a bitmap. But the example they use it for is ESP32, so I spent a good chunk of time trying to get the host shield to work with ESP32. And every once in a while I would find it, but then I couldn't do anything with it. And then I would try to hook up the printer, and nothing. And then it would stop working, and then it would work, and then it would stop working. I'm thinking I'm going to have to buy a different version from Amazon and try and wire that one up and see if it works. Beyond that, yeah. Yeah, because one way or another I need QR code to print from this darn thing, and it's being very annoying. Very slow. Because a lot of the functions I can swap them over, like setting bold, underline, that kind of stuff. I can swap the commands over, although they do work, but the one thing I actually need is the ability to do a QR code. So writes the command, and then this one. Switch that to P. Well, this printer has functions that I like and I want for the project as a whole. And it's also not a cheap printer either. I understand R&D costs and stuff like that, but if I can avoid having to, in a way, waste my budget for something that is technically working, it just can't do one function. Out of all the functions, it's the one. The other thing I'd be tempted to do, because I'm copying over I'm porting over a lot of the functions, but a lot of these aren't linking to anything, so it doesn't give you information. I'm tempted to open this in Android Studio, which I used to have downloaded. I don't anymore. But I'm tempted to try and open it and see if it can link everything and give me more information, some of the functions that I know I'm missing, or be able to better understand it, because it has a built-in QR thing and it does it really nicely, but I can't find the items that link it together to actually make it work. The one that I do have that I've almost fully ported over is, where is it? It's this one. The only problem is this is what it originally used. It was converting the string data that you were getting into this particular Chinese text format and then storing that in the array, and then sending that data. I am converting. Wait. Get bytes. Would this work? str array. No, hold on. str array equals str data dot get bytes. Kind of guessing here. Oh, it's gonna complain about that. Yeah. If I remove that, does that allow it? Style. See if I could give it something to encode with. I think this can work. Buffer size index. So that's your string. So this is, that would be what you want encoded into the QR code. But it wants it in this GB format, and I'm trying to think how get bytes works in Arduino. I know it's not the same as this version. At least I don't think it's the same as this version, which is from a Java file. The other thing I can't find in the setup is a conversion for this GB file. Because if I can find a mapping file, yes, but that's to tell the printer what to use. It's over here. No, because this is defining it as something. Whereas this is in quotations. Where was it? Let's play around with this. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. The problem is I need that encoding file. I haven't been able to find a version that can do that. I also think it's very weird that to encode a QR code in English, it wants it in Chinese. I'm really hoping that when I go to scan the QR code, it's not in Chinese. Now it's capable of doing English. Wonder... what's the other format? Because I've been... so the library printed this demo, which does a default character set, and then it switches to CP850 and prints again. And it seemingly worked. So I'm wondering if I can tell this thing to go to a particular format that's built into this library already. So how did it do that? It did. Got Arduino open in another window. Well, another monitor. Line spacing. No. Char set. This one here. So it does a character set. Set char set. Set code page. So I'm wondering, but I'm thinking this is internal and not the library doing it. Yeah, no worries, Ben. Set code page. Selects alt symbols for upper ASC levels 0, 8, and 0 FF. Yeah, so those are the ones that I don't need. So I need the low range, which is this here. This range here. does it print that? It prints that using set, and then so that sets the character, and then it's just printing normal. I wonder if the reason it wasn't working, because when I was trying it, what was it doing? It was doing not that. No. It was doing this. And I'm wondering if I need to reset the printer to default, and that's why it was printing weird. Because I had changed the text size here. Well, I'm gonna order this other version. From Amazon while I'm remember to do it. Okay, that's on order from Amazon. Now, let's see. Get bytes Arduino. I want to see how this function is supposed to work. So it copies the strings characters into the supplied buffer. Get bytes Java. String choset name. It encodes the string into a sequence of bytes specified choset and returns the array of those bytes. Yeah. Jace. Get bytes choset Arduino. I'm wondering, because I know the printer works with ASCII, so I'm kind of curious. Unicode to UTF-8. Ah, yeah, it's a nice screen. I really like it. Like, the regular screen's fine and all, but I like the graphics for the Plus a lot more. That, and if you need something with graphics that are kind of moving, the Plus is faster because it's a 8-bit parallel port. I still think this should work. Well, obviously not. It's not encoded the way it wants it. Man. But even this. Oh yeah, I wanted to give this a try. Just gonna see what it does. Let's change that. Oh yeah. Yeah, the screen is great at doing stuff like that. I know it will do bitmaps just fine. I have no idea if JPEG works though. And it will do multicolored bitmaps, no problem. Yeah. I'm just gonna give this a test for the sake of it. Arduino. Upload a monitor. Oh. What's it complaining about? Redefinition. Oh, right. I meant to comment this out. Build. Load a monitor. Yes, so the reason it's supposed to have that new line is because you're trying to print just the one piece of the barcode at a time. But I'm realizing that new line is what's causing it to fail. I need it to feed. Oh, that new line is the reason it's failing. This is printing 4 at a time, which I think is part of the 8. But without that new line, it doesn't work. At least I don't think it does. Let's try this. I know it needs to do something, but I don't think it's new line. I think new line is what's adding that space. But let's see what it does without it. I don't think I need that variable, to be honest. Upload monitor. What's it complaining about here? that's not printing correctly. What did I change here? Change something. Print bitmap. Oh, it's this function here. Which one am I trying to do? Yeah, okay. Yeah, not doing the new line is doing this wackiness. See, I'm wondering if I can send the command line spacing. Oh yeah, it has a line space command. Is it up? Set size. Feed rows, justify, bold, strike, double width, upside down, inverse, normal. Right print mode, unset print mode, print barcode, barcode height, test page, test, set default, set line height. Yeah, we could try playing around with set line height. We can set it back to whatever. Oh, am I in the? Oh, I am in the wrong section. Thank you. Whoa, why does it hate that? Oh, I know why. That's part of the declaration. Why is this on a new line? Oh, there. That's better. Really have to reformat this library. Oh my gosh. Let's try that. Oh, right. Let's set it to 0. And then I'm going to set it back to its normal. Because I'm putting regular text after. Let's try that. Oh, I didn't turn the /n back on. Oh, and we're still complaining about something. What are we complaining about? Is used uninitialized. What? Ah, there we go. And line spacing 6? Where? Oh, 16 dots. Let's try the line height first and see what it does. Nope. That's putting all wackiness. Why? Let's turn that off. Turn that off. Let's get back to a clean slate. How does it set length to 0 again? That is weird, I think. Monitor. Nope, not printing correctly. Okay, so something's wrong here. Print bitmap. Doing something wrong here. That. Let's turn this off. That. So why did this stop printing properly? Let's go down. Right here. Let's turn this back on, see if that does something weird. Seriously? Not much, Dodgy. Oh, it's still not doing it. What in the world? What did I change that is no longer causing it to work? That is super weird. Okay, let's turn that off. Oh, wait. What am I doing in here? Oh, I'm calling the wrong function. Oh my god. Oh, no wonder it's not working. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's turn that back on. And let's go back here and call the actual function I want. Oh. I think I'm getting a little tired. Oh man. Oh. See, a lot of the functions on this printer can work, Taji. It's the one function I actually need that is driving me bonkers, and that is a QR code. So we're trying this, like, it has a built-in capability of doing it. But, nope, it still don't. So it prints 4 lines. And then does it again. The printer.reset. The one that's in this library or the one from the manufacturer? Because the one in this library, I'm fairly certain does not work. Or at least, no. Oh, this one. Max column 32, char height 24, line spacing. Yeah. Line spacing. Enter line spacing, not line height, in dots. Could try setting that to 0, see what it does. How's that supposed to work? Yeah, I'm wondering if it is. How do you change that? Because I don't see it actually sending a command for it. Set size. So these ones change the char height. See, I wonder if /R would work. I'm curious what this would do. Let's try that. And then begin, wake, reset, Set. Writes that. But I don't actually see it doing anything with line spacing. Nope, that didn't work. So it just prints this. But it's still doing 4 lines and then a space in between. Yeah, let's try changing this to 0. Just to see what it does. And I'll go back here and fix the line return. Plug monitor. Nope, still has the space in it. It's intermittent. Sometimes it's unplugging, sometimes it's not. Very intermittent. I don't think this library is handling the end of transmission properly. And that's a function that I'll port over from the manufacturer's code at some point. I just didn't want to go through all the hassle of rewriting all this library if I can't get the one function I actually need. Well, I needed 2 functions. One is the cut paper and the other one is the QR code. I already have the cut paper working. So now it's a matter of getting the QR code to work. So changing len right here seems weird to me. I guess. Let's go to the very top here. Form feed. Let's try form feed for craps and giggles. And let's turn line height back on because I'm already changing the this variable here. Set default, double height off, set size, set show set code page, yeah. Blow the monitor, let's see. Yep, see, COM port blocked again. Yes, it was. I'll make a note of it. So, the form feed did work, but it still has the 4 lines in a space. So /F sort of worked, because I know the /O doesn't work. Tab definitely won't work. Thermal printer. Actually, I want to check something. So this is the manual of the company. Print QR code. Value. QR code size. Direct printing. Oh, that's great. Any question, just ask our technical department. How about you put it in your reference manual in the first place? That's so annoying. Let's go back. Line feed, paper, plus feed paper, print self-test. Line space, character pitch, left margin, character size, text size, character alignment, bold character, character rotation, character direction. Inverse, italic, underline, Chinese sizing, horizontal table position. Print mixed QR code, 1D barcode, file from a local disk, and then this is a bitmap file. Thinking I might have to revisit this, the print bitmap. $148 prints that. 149 prints that. Ah, neat. Wonder if it has a file already built into it. I would not be surprised if they've pre-programmed something into that function. Print NV bitmap. Let's find it. I know I was playing with it earlier, but I'm fairly certain I deleted it. This one here. Let's give this a try. Uh, 48 is the mode. And index 1. Let's see if there's anything pre-programmed into this printer. I know it's already running. I wanted to restart. Nope, it doesn't currently have anything programmed into it. Okay, so I need to program something into it, I think. Set MVP. Whoa. Okay. So this would replace things as I add them. Well, let's find it in here and see what it status. Get status. All the status stuff I need to port over at some point too, but like I've said a few times, no use porting it over if I can't actually get the main ideal functions that I need out of it. No, one of two. If I don't get this working tonight, then I'll probably wait until Friday before doing more streaming. And I'll do it when... See, it does the set bitmap, but it does it with this instance stuff that I don't have the code for. I knew there was a reason why I stopped trying it. Yeah. I've got the thing on order, so hopefully it comes. String print data. String to byte. Can it really be that simple? Oh, it doesn't give me the address. Oh, that's annoying. See, it's one thing if it's converting, but I need to know where to send the data. Oh. Util tools. Byte sub. String is valid. Hex to byte. Hex. Print base 64. Get bitmap params data. Flip black to white. Bitmap. Pixels 0. Image width 0, 0. Image. What is that function? Try to byte. So this char to byte is how. See you later, Keith. I'm gonna call it quits in a moment too. But this char to byte is how I would convert the QR code up here. Where is it? Here. The one I've commented out. This here. But I need the right encoding. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna have to open this in the Android environment to really see how these are supposed to link. Yeah. I really want to try the bitmap again, but with the ESP32, because the whole thing that it sends is different. I think that's why I'm going to leave it. It's going to be it for me. Thanks for coming along, folks.